Salute everybody watching the draft on ESPN. Stephen A. Smith drawing attention to himself as usual. Wacko in the building. JJ, what's good? DSJ, what's good? The ball don't lie. Salute, salute, salute. Just Knicks, what's good? Daniel Berry Sports Highlights is in the building. Sims in the building. What's good? I got Wojciechowski pulled up. Or let me pull up Woj. I'm sorry. Multiple trades today. The Kings. Uh, okay. The Kings and Raptors make a trade. Atlanta makes a trade. Justo, what's good? Justo, what's good, bro? Yes, I'm a little bit less chatty, y'all. I'm watching the ESPN feed. I'm sorry I can't show it on YouTube. Y'all know why, though. Turnbull in the building. Building blocks is in the building. Salute. Stephen A. Smith starting with this nonsense. Stephen A. Smith is an idiot. Stephen A. Smith is an idiot. Thank you. Stephen A. Smith is an idiot. Still Knicks fans in the building. Corey Lee in the building. Justo in the building. Mets was good. ESPN with a bunch of stats and info. It probably won't begin after this because ESPN loves commercials. But yeah, Kerry Cox, yeah, Flip probably go early. Wiz is in the building. Salute. Who are you guys interested in seeing go at 38? You guys have a realistic option of who you think will be going at 38? Herbie Hancock. Yeah. Yeah, they playing that Herbie Hancock. John Talento was in the building. DSJ, I'm with you. I wouldn't mind. Tyler Smith, but I think y'all already know my favorite prospect. I think y'all already know who I'd like the Knicks to take. I'd like to see the Knicks take Ulrich Kamchi either at 38 or 51, wherever we get him. As long as we get him a raw prospect that we can have on our bench, that's how I feel about it. Okay. 4 minutes. Good. Oh, this is gonna go by fast. Yo, so each pick is 4 minutes? Coach says, DJ Burns. What position does DJ Burns play? I like Aaron Bradshaw also, y'all. I like this kid, Aaron Bradshaw, everybody. They would tank in Stephen A. Smith. I hope they take Bobby Clinton. Hey, man, just announce the pick. What are y'all doing? Good, good. Wow, that's excellent. He'll play power forward in the pros, bro. He's gonna be a Draymond Green type player in the pros. Hey, the pick is in, and y'all still talking about Utah. Oh no! How many power forwards do they need? This is just about best available player, y'all. That's about best player available right there. That's a best player available move. Yeah, I think he is that guy. I think he is a Laurie Markkinen type. Utah passed up on Tyler Kolek. Salute, Trini, salute. Not bad, Utah. Utah didn't have a bad draft. They need to get Tyler Kolek out of Marquette. I think that's who they'll get. They need a point guard to make it easy for everybody. Yeah. Okay. Wow, 6'10". Okay, so he's kinda big. So Portland is on the clock. So Portland, San Antonio, Indiana are on the clock. Okay, let me adjust this. Guys are flying off the clock, everybody. I don't know, man. Yeah, Filipowski is gone, y'all. Yeah, I have a tea. I'm drinking some warm tea. It's rainy and dreary here where I am. I'm drinking hot tea right now, bro. I don't see that. I don't see where the Knicks traded up, bro. Okay. Okay. So this pick is headed to the Knicks. Okay. All right. Well, what are the details? So the Knicks get Tyler Kolek. So the Knicks get Tyler Kolek. Okay. So we don't have any draft details. Okay. How big is he? How big is Juan Nunez? Okay. Yeah, Woj said that the Knicks could be trading 38. Ay. The Knicks don't have that many players on their roster, man. Oh, right. Yeah, I'm not for sure what's going on with the front office, and I'm not for sure. The trade up just now, kind of. Yeah, I don't know. I'm being told a bunch of different things, and the Knicks traded up in the draft using 3 second round picks. Kind of goes against what I've been told, but I'm just gonna ride it out, man. Yeah. Building blocks as if we traded with Portland. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not um yeah, I'm not I don't know what we're doing here, but okay. All right. That suit is nice. Sharing it with your family. Yeah, man. Big wings that can make shots. All right. Is this the pick for the Knicks, everybody? Man, the Knicks trading the number 40 pick. What are we doing? Oh my god, man. This is bad, man. Yo, I've been trying to be a good guy about this stuff, man. But the Knicks constantly trading back is taking the joy out of watching teams add young talent, bro. This whole thing the Knicks doing, man, legit is taking all the fun for me, it's taking the fun out of watching the draft, man. Sherwin says it is called Sherwin, I'm not a dummy, bro. I'm a pretty smart dude, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm a pretty smart guy, bro. Some of this stuff, man, come on, man. I know what it is, bro. I understand that. Like you don't have a runway to all the information, bro. Come on, Sherwin. We already know what's going on. We think we know what's going on. But if you say it's called salary cap, then why did the Knicks trade up to get Tyler Kolek? If it's called salary cap. If it's called salary cap, why would you trade up to spend more money on Tyler Kolek if it's called salary cap? Come on, boss. Hey, what's up, boss? Man, mad as heck, man. I ain't mad. I ain't mad, but bro, come on, man. I ain't mad at you. You know I'm not mad at you. Know I ain't mad at you. You know what I'm saying? Man, what we it ain't that, bro. I don't understand. I can't follow the direction. But I'm live right now. Let me call you back after this all this stuff. All right. Salute to my man Jay Boogie. That was Jay Boogie, everybody. Will says right now only two players on our team have any chance to defend Tatum and Brown, not to mention White or Drew. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. As far as the rotation goes, I think we good. In terms of the rotation, we good, man. We in a good place, man. But in terms of this, I don't know. So the Knicks will pick at 51, 56, and 58. So right now it looks like so the Knicks will pick at 51, 56, and 58. I'm trying to keep the positive energy, But come on, man. Can we just take a player and all of this? Yo, Church said my son asked me a stupid question. Why the Knicks holding on to Josh Hart? He said we should trade him to free up money. He's no I'm That's hilarious, bro. And still Knicks fan says we got Paco and Kolek. We gonna be all right. Okay. Sure, well, I'm with you, man. I don't in terms of the rotation and the situational guys, we good, bro. I'm not even concerned. I already know Leon Rose gonna do his thing, man. But the draft part, man, the draft part is frustrating me, man. Oof. I don't know, man. Sure, I don't know, boss. I don't know. This is frustrating, bro. Is the pick in? Wow. A center went at 40. A center went after the pick we traded. I don't know if the Knicks feel like they need a center anyway. Do the Knicks need a center? A Dembona went at pick 41 and the Knicks are picking 40. Should the Knicks have taken a Dembona in your opinion? Wow. Could the Knicks have used a high motor athletic center at 40? And Wayne Peterson said Knicks already got Batadzi in the pocket. If they already have Batadzi in the pocket, why would they do the calculator Olympics? Why do the calculator Olympics? Be from Jersey is in the building. If you already have the guy in house, pretty much, then why go through the calculator Olympics to save the? I, and I'm asking honestly. I'm asking meekly and humbly. I'm not asking sarcastically, right? Like if you already, I'm asking humbly, like if you already have Goga Batadzi as the backup plan, then why are we doing the calculator Olympics in a draft where you can legit get quality talent as opposed to keep trading down and get lesser and lesser and lesser talent in a weak draft or in a perceived weak draft. Dre said we traded up for someone. Dre, that's the point, bro. Okay, KJ. Yeah, the calculator gymnastics is too much for me, bro. The calculator Olympics, it's just too much for me, man. The eh, it's not a good watch. Yo, Barry in the building. John Talento says I like KJ Simpson a lot. Good pick for Charlotte. Yeah, man. And still Knicks fan says the Knicks are trying to squeeze every inch of extra player money out of this draft in order to add more money to the Hartenstein pot. Remember, OKC gave us a pick and cash considerations for 38. Okay. Wow, Cassidy Hubbard is emotional too. That cat got Cassidy Hubbard emotional. My guy, Kamchi is there. Is still on the board. If I see Kamchi get drafted, y'all, I'm gonna try to be a big boy. Watch they take Chomsky right here. Oh, Nikolai Jurisic. Okay. 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 Oh, oh boy. Is this a chat? Chat, does this dude look like Mario Hazonia to y'all? Does this dude look Nikola Jurisic looks like Mario Hazonia to me. And I don't want to put the curse on him, but he is a fluid athlete, man. I hope he pops and becomes a better player than Hazonia though. Yay. Oh, that's not the kind of I thought you was talking about a different type of package. Okay. I didn't either. I didn't expect that. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm laughing, y'all, because I got a package, but it wasn't the type of package I expected. I bought a treadmill. I bought a treadmill so I can get my stamina up so that I can argue with IKBM Dre longer. I think we got the high endurance treadmill so I can get my stamina up so I can argue with IKBM Dre all night, right? But that wasn't the package that came. Yeah, man. And nah, Benny was barking at the delivery person. Benny was barking at the delivery person, and so yeah, yeah. And one of the things, the fans of the capologists are gonna try to defend all these moves today. They're gonna try their best to defend every move that the capologists made in the calculated Olympics, and none of it's gonna make sense. None of it. They're gonna be like, but we traded back to save money, and then we traded up because the value, and then we traded back for more to save more money. And then you'd be like, whoa, you're telling me that Tyler Kolek, a second round point guard, was worth spending money on as opposed to just drafting in that spot? Yeah, I know that the guys that love the guys that love the capologist part of it, they're gonna try to defend this to the death. They're gonna try to defend this to the end of time, bro. We did it to save money. We did it to save money. And then spent money on Tyler, and then spent assets on Tyler Kolek. I can't wait to talk to Fritz Alcindor. I know Fritz Alcindor is gonna try to defend this to the end of the universe. Oh, the NFL just lost a lawsuit, y'all. The NFL is ordered to pay $4.7 billion in the Sunday ticket lawsuit. Wow. Wow. That's crazy. John Talento says Quentin Post is still on the board. Hey man, Aaron Bradshaw is still on the board. So the Knicks don't have any more picks in this draft. Every year. Hey y'all, I lost track. Do the Knicks have any picks left in this draft? Yo, G Man is in the building. Salute to my guy, G Man. Okay. Luke Skywalker Vision says we pick at 51, 56, and 58. Okay. I lost track. I'm not gonna lie to you. And Alawai says, as did we pick it? I don't know, bro. It's been so much movement, bro. I don't know. I don't know. I can't keep track of when the Knicks picked. Like, yeah, and he's right. Every team is making trades. Hey, G man, to be honest, man, I'm not for sure. Every NBA team is in this calculator gymnastics mode, and it's hard to keep track. So I don't know when we're picking again and what we actually need or any of that. Hey, did the Knicks draft anybody while I went to the restroom and every y'all? Mm. So the Knicks are one, two, three, four picks away from making another trade. Hey, it wouldn't surprise me, DSJ, if the Knicks traded out of the draft. I ain't gonna lie. Hey, the commercials be fire, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. Um, uh, how I'm feeling. From an entertainment standpoint, not really. I don't think this is fun. I think the Calculator Olympics takes all the fun out of us getting to know young players, right? But I know it's a necessary evil, right? So I'm not saying that the Calculator Olympics is not necessary. What I'm saying is it's not fun to watch from my perspective. So I know it's necessary, but who cares about watching front offices do the calculated gymnastics? Yeah, King Ember. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. The CBA is making it unbearable. I think that the CBA coupled with NIL money is making the draft just like not even fun. And so I know for like the oh, Antonio Reeves is gone. Oh my goodness, man. So the scorers are getting going off the board. So my expectation when the Knicks pick is for the Knicks to be G man, hey man, I just texted you. That was me. How big is he? 6'4"? All future media is in the building. Salute. Sally is in the building. Salute. Yeah, man. Appreciate that, Sally. Appreciate that. Are there are there any centers left on the board? I'm gonna check to see if there are any centers left. Okay, Quentin Post. Oh boy. The next Kyle Anderson. Cowboy Bob. Kyle Anderson just went to the Spurs. That's yo, that's Cowboy Bob's man. You know, if Popovich drafted him, he gonna be a star. Kyle Anderson, slow mo. Wow. I love playing chess also. Hey, John Talento, I'm a trash talker on the chessboard. If that makes sense, I'm a trash talker on the chessboard. Um, if that makes any sense. So if any of you scrubs want to see me on the chessboard, I'm kidding. Cowboy Bob, I hope you didn't run off IKBM Dre. I hope you didn't run him off, bro. Man, you ain't never seen that movie. You ain't never seen that movie Fresh. Kerry Cox says there's only situational players left. That's interesting, bro. If that's the case, that's very interesting. Mr. Realistic said, "Nah, don't switch up. Stay mad." No, I'm not mad, everybody. I'm frustrated with the. Yeah, I don't. Yo, am I saying it the wrong way? When I say I'm frustrated with the calculator Olympics, am I saying is that too complicated of a way for everybody to get how I'm feeling? Should I just say I'm mad? Yeah, that don't make sense. The being frustrated with one thing doesn't mean that you're mad at everything. Yeah. Being frustrated with the calculator Olympics doesn't mean that you have to be mad at everything. Nah, that don't make sense. That's petty. Oh, Tristan Newton just got drafted. Okay, Tristan Newton got drafted during a Burger King commercial. That means he's going to be a Hall of Famer like Jokic. Yeah, hey, yeah, you're right. You're right. It's almost like you have to be. It's yeah, King Embert. You're right. It's almost like you have to be an attorney to understand basketball, and that takes all the fun out of it. King Embert, I think you're right. Oh my God. No, Lakers. No. Yeah, why are we on Bronny Watch again, ESPN? Real King, I'm with you. Why are we on Bronny Watch? All right, our Knicks are gonna be on the clock, y'all, after this. Wow. All right, the Knicks are on the clock, everybody. Leon Rose, get my guy. If I'm a part of the Knicks front office, I'm totally everybody. If I'm the Knicks front office right now, I'm totally gambling on high ups, boom or bust projects here late in the second round. I'm totally gambling on boom or bust prospects. I'm totally. I'm looking at Ulrich. I'm looking at Aaron Bradshaw. I may even look at Bronny. I may even look at Bronny. I may look at. Not saying I'll draft him, but I'm going to consider all the. I'm going to consider all the prospects right here. I'm not looking at a day one contributor because I feel like the Knicks already have a championship roster. With the Knicks on the clock, the best available players, um, Kevin McCullers is on the clock. Justin Edwards is on the clock. I don't know about Cam Spencer. I do know about um um Chamchi or Kamki, however you pronounce his name. Bronny is on the clock. Uh, After that, I don't know. After that, it's alphabet soup. After that, Judah Mintz is on it. After this is it's alphabet soup, y'all. But that's what happens. That's what happens when you wait so long to pick. When you keep trading back and keep trading back and keep trading back, you let talent come off the board. As far as centers go, the Quentin Post kid, I heard his name. Oh my! Wait a minute, Quentin Post. Okay, a stretch five. So the Knicks could have drafted somebody. Stephen A. Smith, you right. What did the let Stephen A. talk? He right. He right. Yeah. Oh, soon as we said his name, everybody. Shit, so this must mean Hartenstein is coming back. Okay. So there are only a few picks left in the draft, right? So there's one, two, three, four, five, six, 6 picks left in the draft. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm not sure here, man. Level up Lagoon is in the building. Salute says obviously iHeart is returning. Obviously, Jay Calls is in the building. Alfonso Scott is in the building. I don't know if the Knicks are gonna draft anyone else in this draft. Minnesota moved up to 57. Okay. DSJ says the only draft Leon cares about is Miller genuine draft at this point. Ooh, that's cruel, bro. That's cruel. I would say they care, but I think the position that we're in right now kind of prevents him from doing a lot of stuff. How big is Isaac Jones? Is Isaac Jones a big center? Oh no, not 6'8", 235. He a power forward, man. He ain't no center. What if the Celtics do draft Bronny? The Celtics are probably gonna draft the best shooter on the board, everybody. They're probably I think they're pretty good. They may take I know Kevin McCullers is not the ideal shooter though, now that I see him on the board. They may go Kevin McCullers right here. I'm not sure. I don't want to jinx anything. I think y'all know how I feel about the Celtics. I just hope they get a flat tire. All right. The pick is in. Okay. So what are y'all thinking right here, everybody? The Celtics pick? So the Celtics take Anton Watson, a power forward out of Gonzaga, 6'8", 233. Oh, ESPN couldn't wait to get to this pick, y'all. ESPN couldn't wait to get to this pick. They probably already have a film crew. They probably have a film crew. Bronny probably in the war room. But you just gave it away. Trey says war room shots on second round. Yeah, like they didn't know. Dre, you're right. They probably are filming a documentary. Probably LeBron James production company. They probably gonna get this clip from ESPN too. Stephen A. Smith over there hating. Not we all. Nah, we all have not been waiting for this pick. Wow, the memes are out there already. So are the Knicks on the clock right here? Or is this Phoenix on the clock? Okay. The pick is in, Bob Myers. The pick is in. Okay. All right, Bob Myers. The pick is in. Oh, look at the Knicks. Kevin McCullers. Okay. They still talking about Bronny, even though Kevin McCullers got picked. Okay. I'm not mad at this pick, even though I would have preferred another player. But Okay, this is another wing player, another old guy, another 23-year-old. Sherwin, yeah. I wanted Ulrich right here, but at least it's not a throwaway pick. At least I kind of honestly, I think this cat Sherwin, yep, a 6'5". I think it's Daquan Jeffries, bro. Kevin McCullers. I just think they drafted a younger, but at least they did something. Memphis is on the clock, and we still talking about Bronny. Okay. Oh my goodness. How do y'all feel about the Kevin McCullers pick, everybody? I like Ulrich, the Ulrich kid. All right. Real King says next up Trump versus Biden. Hilarious. Hilarious. It's hilarious. Oh gosh, 6'5". I thought he was 6'7". Either way, Orish Shamshi to Toronto. That is the classic Orish Shamshi, everybody. Orish Shamshi to the Toronto Raptors. Let's go Knicks. All right, everybody. So I'm moving over to YouTube in order for us to chop it up. Thank y'all for watching on Playback TV. I'm gonna be on YouTube probably for like 30 minutes. So if y'all want to come over and hang out over there, and talk jock stuff, we'll be over there. Peace, everybody. All right, YouTube, here we come. Okay. On the way, on the way. All right. All right. Just closing out some stuff real quick, everybody. Just closing out some windows, some browsers. Everybody, just real quick, bear with me. All right. All right. Let me do this. Just doing some sweeping, some cleaning. All right. So I'm gonna change our background. We didn't get. Let me do that, and then do this. All right. All right. So how y'all feeling after the draft, everybody? Let me see. I'm gonna put the link in the chat just real quick. All right. DSJ says Bronny already has a Nike contract and a signature shoe. He will debut them at Summer League. The Bronny one. Yeah. Yeah. Mets, what's good, bro? How you doing, man? You got something positive to say? If you got something negative, I'm gonna just move you backstage, bro, and you can just watch.
I'm fine with the call it pick.
Okay. Just saying, man, if you got something negative, some venom, save it for another channel or something, man. You know, we gotta let people have their moment. You in good spirits? Because if you're not, man, just take a break.
I'm in okay spirits.
All right. I asked for good though, because we gotta let people have their moment. We can't just piss on the party. We understandable, right?
Yes.
Can we let people? Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. So what do you think about the draft?
It was fine for the most part. I mean, am I surprised that Bronny is going to join his father with the Lakers? No. Do I smell a rat in the contract over there? Yes.
Okay. How you feel about what the Knicks did, though, is what I'm saying. Overall, over the 2-day experience.
I just wish we had kept most of those picks instead of trading them away. That's all I wanted.
Okay. Okay. I think you and I have been on the same page for a while. At the same time, while I didn't understand why the plan played out the way it did, I do understand why the Knicks were in such a tenuous situation, why they had to do the calculator gymnastics. How do you feel about the talent level of the players that were selected?
In my view, talent is only dependent on the trust that our coach is willing to get to allow them to play. Because we all know Thibodeau is stubborn to a fault. Even if he knows how good these players are, the minute they screw it up, they're in the doghouse.
Okay. Honestly, I knew going into this draft that whatever player was drafted was not going to be an immediate contributor. Whoever's drafted, I know they're going to be at the very end of the bench contributors. I know our rotation is set. I know our situational guys are going to be set. Whatever young guy that's brought in, I feel like they're going to be on the developmental path. I do see, though, that the Kevin McCullers pick does look like a Daquan Jeffries replacement, in my opinion. I'm not for sure what the Knicks are going to do with the other spots, but at the same time, the Tyler Kolek pick, I'm not for sure how he fits short term and long term. And chat, maybe y'all can help me with this. Chat, maybe y'all can help me with the Tyler Kolek pick, right? So for one, let me clearly state I like Tyler Kolek, right? But what confuses me is what he does in the short term, intermediate term, and long term as a guy that's about the same age as Deuce McBride. Right? Similar stature, similar age, and potentially similar developmental path. Does adding Tyler Kolek mean Deuce McBride is included in a trade to free up money to help bring back Hartenstein? And if that's the case, I don't know if I'm happy with trading Deuce in order to keep Hartenstein. That's a separate conversation that we can have, right? Ideally, keeping Hartenstein and Deuce and Kolek would be the ideal situation. But I understand the calculator Olympics, and we have to participate because of the hard cap and the new CBA.
My point is now, because of the overkill calculator Olympics, we basically cut ourselves off in the 25 first round of the 25 draft, the 20. What other first round draft picks did we give up for Bridges?
A lot of them, bro. A lot of them.
Yeah, for at least the next 3 years at minimum.
Right.
And that's the thing that's got me going bananas at this point, and not in a good way.
Right. So I understand where that could be frustrating, right? I think where I am with the Mikal Bridges trade is I was all for it. The price that was paid is the price that was paid. The Knicks still do have 2 first-round picks next year, and I think they have 2 first-round picks next year. So in terms of the first-round picks, I'm okay. The confusing thing to me is how much cost saving are you going to do while jeopardizing the talent level constantly sliding back in the draft?
Personally, this is what I get frugality in the face of danger, but that was overkill, if you ask me.
Okay.
Serious, but then again, I don't really think Leon Rose has a comprehension of the definition of the term overkill. That's why next year I just want him in a straitjacket away from the war room as far as possible.
Yeah, it sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. It sounds like you don't know, bro. You can't. How does he not understand, bro? And he just re-signed OG Anunoby, locked him up, and traded for Mikal Bridges and made the rotations and the situations better for the long term. Like 1 through 11 is probably going to be the most competitive in the NBA. By not, I understand. I understand like some of it. Right, understand, like, but some of the frustration, I think it's not even aimed at Leon Rose. I think it's maybe frustration with something else. Right. The thing is with Leon Rose trading for Mikal Bridges, it may be one of the biggest trades in Knicks history, and he's going to be able to help us. And Knicks fans understand this, right? Knicks fans understand all that. I'm not going to explain it to Mets. Right. We already understand like the Mikal Bridges, OG Anunoby, Julius Randle, Jalen Brunson, and the guys around them. That's a championship level core for the next 4 years. In terms of the draft independently, just the draft itself, right? Not the starting 5, not the bench, just the draft itself. I was a little frustrated with the constant trading back, adding assets, trading up, getting picks. My stance as a sports fan, it was a frustrating thing to watch. Why not just target a guy where you are, draft him, and then let others do their thing? Chat, do you feel like 1 through 10, 1 through 11, the Knicks are championship contenders?
Still need someone to fill in the final spot to complete the puzzle.
Yeah, and Coach says we're bringing back iHeart, and the summer is a A+++. Right? I would say to that, Coach. I honestly, I would say the off season is an A+++ already. Right? Already the draft though. If we can compartmentalize each event as they happen and not tie one to another, from an entertainment standpoint, I think it was an F. Just from an entertainment standpoint, right? I think the NBA and it has nothing to do with the draft picks going on the draft being on 2 separate days. I think that was a great thing to do for television. And I also think having the draft be on 2 days increase the value of the draft picks, the second round picks, because front offices got a night to reset and recalibrate their strategy.
True.
But the constant trading back though is as you get you get excited to see your team pick and then they trade back. and then now you have to wait 30 minutes. Yo, and Ralph, listen, man, and I know it's crazy. It's like when you're on a road trip in a car and you see the exit sign that says south of the border and 55 miles. And so you have 55 miles to wait, and then you drive past south of the border, right? You look at it, you're like, oh, now I have to wait until I get to such and such is in 47 miles. And then you drive 47 miles, and then you're like, oh, such and such is in 71 miles.
Can I give an example for that? A personal example for that?
Right.
Okay. Think back to 2020. COVID hits. Everyone is locked up. And then around May or so, they start the slow reopening process. In my state, it's by June we get to stage 2. And then when we're just days away from stage 3, the goalposts get moved back. And they get moved back again and again and again in like another 3 weeks or so. It was so frustrating until you find out the truth behind it. The whole thing was a scam. But ultimately, if there are any ways to fix the draft, I've got three suggestions. Number 1, limit the talking mouths times in between picks. 2, limit pick time to 3-minute intervals instead of 5. And 3, limit trade downs to 1 or 2 per team at most. Because then you've really got to be patient. You got to focus on timing, on when you trade up or down, and you've got to think on your feet with the 3-minute interval. Plus, it leaves less, and plus, keeping the talking mouths quiet, it prevents spoilers.
Coach says, who was the center we picked up? I'm not for sure.
Ariel Koja Bari, I believe it was called.
Yeah, I'm not for sure. I mean, I know who he is. I hadn't researched him, but maybe we can find out something on him.
I'll look him up.
Yeah, and also I was a little bit frustrated that Ulrich Shanshi went before us. It was probably one of those deals where they wanted they didn't want to bring in 2 19-year-olds, basically, is what I think the Knicks were doing.
6'11", selected by Dallas, but I don't think he's coming to New York. Let me check the draft board. No, he is not. He is going to Dallas from Boston via Charlotte.
Yeah, we traded for that pick though, right? So I think we traded back and got that pick, the last pick in the draft.
It doesn't say it on the Wikipedia page.
Right. Okay.
Which is why I'm saying he's going straight to Dallas.
No. We have pick number 58. We traded back with Dallas. It was another trade back. And we traded back at 51, I believe, or wherever we traded back from. We traded back to get that pick, but I'm not for sure about that guy. I do know the McCullers guy. I do know the McCullers guy is just an energy wing with no clear skill set. Yeah, McCullers is an energy wing, plays hard, does a little bit of everything. I don't think he has an upside. He is clearly a role player, right? He doesn't do one thing spectacularly well. He's older. I think he may be closer to situational than developmental, but at the same time, I don't think he is a guy that one day we're going to be like, man, I'm glad we drafted him. I think he'll just be a guy that comes in, plays a role, maybe develops a little bit, contributes a little bit, get a nice NBA check. We'll like him because he'll hustle, play really hard, but he won't. I think he's Daquan Jeffries, basically.
Well, if you're going to ask me who I can compare Corey to, given his most recent stat line, where he averaged 10.1, 6.4, and 1.6 in points, rebounds, and blocks, respectively, in the FIBA U18 Euro in Volos. I think he's comparable to Sims or Mitch. It's one of those two.
Okay. Okay.
And trust me, if he's a more versatile player than Sims, I'll take it.
Okay.
Because at this point, if you're going to shed some fat on the lineup in free agency, get rid of Sims. You might not get a lot of money, but as a trade-off, he's not on a bench where he ends up rusting.
Just real quick, Jimmy, the rumor on Deuce, I'm not for sure. I'm not for sure the rumor on Deuce. What I will say is if we have to sacrifice Deuce McBride to keep Hartenstein, I don't know how I would feel about sacrificing Deuce McBride for Isaiah Hartenstein. Hey Dre, what's good, bro?
To answer that, the report said the Knicks shied away from that, so they're not thinking about doing that. But even if they did, they got Kolick the same way they got Deuce. They traded up to number 34 and drafted him.
Wasn't he just like a first-round pick?
Yeah, except no.
They traded up. They traded up to draft Deuce at 34.
No, they didn't.
Yeah, they did.
No, they didn't.
He was like 35 or something.
No, hold on. Wait a minute. They had the number 2 pick, the number 32 pick, and they traded back with OKC to get 2 second-round picks. Right, and
to get a guy they wanted anyway.
Right, but you said the exact same way. All I'm saying,
Okay.
Dre, all I'm doing is clarifying, bro.
Okay,
all I'm doing is clarifying, boss. Relax.
He was 36.
I understand. I don't understand.
But Mets again. See again. This is why I didn't put the link in the thing on the other joint, bro. Because of this right here. I'm saying we had 32. We traded back to get 34 and 36. At 34, we took Rokas. Herb Jones went in the middle, and then we took Deuce. All I'm doing is clarifying, bro. Y'all want to? I don't know why y'all want to argue and correct over stuff that don't even make sense. What are we doing? I understand, Dre. I understand your point about targeting the guy that you want and moving up in the draft. I was going to agree with you on that.
I'm gonna peel the layers back a little bit further. If we went into the draft and we knew we had 24, 25, and 38, and we came out with Hakome, Tyler Kolick,
right,
and McCullers, straight up with no transactions happening, would you have been content with that?
No.
Nope.
Okay. I have a feeling. I think because the entertainment aspect wasn't that good for you, it just weirded out the whole process. But
well, that's part of it, though. That's part of it. I think
to me, if you were to ask me, we came into the draft with 3 draft picks. We left with 4 selections. We left with 3 second-round draft picks and cash considerations. 3 of the guys were guys we were already high on. The organization was already high on.
Okay.
And McCullers and Tyler Kolick, because they went up and got him, and Hakome as far as the ceiling.
Right.
I don't know how this is not viewed as a successful draft at all. I don't know. I don't know how you can explain that it's not a successful draft. Realistically.
Right. But listen, but when you stated your opinion, you notice like when you say that
it is my opinion.
Dre, can I finish my thought just real quick? When you stated how you felt, I was absolutely quiet. Right? And I was absolutely quiet because you have the right to feel how you want to feel. Right. And it's not incumbent on me to tell you that you're wrong about feeling the way that you feel. Right. I'm gonna support you anyway, even if our points of view differ. I'm gonna support IKBM Dre in that, you know what I'm saying, in that sense where hey, Dre is his own person with his own feelings and experiences. So if IKBM Dre feels a certain way and my opinion differs, I relax and step back and let that man have his moment. because I'm at that point where I can legit watch other people win or be excited and root for them and be glad that they feel their way. But when I say that I didn't enjoy the draft, that's how I feel. I didn't enjoy it. It was
The
terrible
process or the
television.
result? The
No, no,
pro-
no, no, no. The process is what I'm saying.
okay, then
I
I can
understand.
understand that.
I
I can understand that.
understand. Like I mentioned, like 1,000 times. I keep saying the same thing over and over. I understand the calculator gymnastics were at play. I understand that. That's the part I did not enjoy. Right. I understand the Knicks have to be a part of that. Right. I understand every team. Well, not every team, but a lot of teams were involved in the calculator gymnastics. Right. The Knicks were not the only team that traded multiple times. Right. I just didn't enjoy watching that play out on TV. To me, it was whack.
And to that point, like it's happened multiple times in this draft as far as other teams, but it's a consistent theme with us since this front office came into charge where they trade in drafts a lot. Like every draft, besides one, we traded with OKC at
Okay.
least once.
Right.
That's the theme of that's we try to minimize and maximize almost to a fault. Like when we traded out of 51,
Okay.
when we traded to 50, no, we didn't trade to 51. We had 51. But someone got drafted in front of us, so we swapped with the Mavericks.
Yeah, we got 51 last night.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Did we get 51 last? Yeah, we did get
Yeah,
51
because
last
we
night.
came into the draft 24, 25, and 38.
Yeah. And someone came in and took a guy that we wanted, so that we backed out and like I guess got an extra guy. As far as like the Mavericks, well, not an extra. We just swapped with the Mavericks and took a big, I believe, at
Okay.
the last slot.
Right.
But I understand, like from an entertainment point of view, it's not fun to sit there and watch, and then you're coming up. No, you're not. Wait, you have to wait another 20 minutes.
Right.
I understand that, but also in the same point, I don't think there's been this many eyeballs in the second round ever. The last 4 or 5 years, I don't think people actually put that much effort into watching the second round besides the diehards. Like, of course, us, right?
Oh, so yeah, we're gonna watch the second round.
But from like an outside perspective, a lot of I know for damn sure the people in the front office do not care. They don't, they don't care. That's why sometimes you see these moves that they make, and it just makes you scratch your head, and then you kind of get around to seeing, okay, maybe it was for the greater good. But as far as like the entertainment aspect of seeing yeah, I understand that. And DSJ, DSJ, I would not want no parts of Bron James on this roster. Period.
Right.
That could be Bron's problem.
One of the things though about what the front office did, let's just clarify. So the team had the team and myself, you, Mets, a lot of people in Knicks universe understood that we had to upgrade the talent at the back end of the roster. Right? Clearly, the Knicks knew that, or they would not have selected 4 people. Right? They would not have. They could have traded. Honestly, they could have packaged 24, 25, and 38 before the draft started and moved into next year's draft. Right? To save money this year and all of that stuff. But they knew that the back end of the draft back end of the roster had to be upgraded with cheap labor with upside with potential, right? Because because if the Knicks had listen, man, if the Knicks had packaged 24, 25, and 38 and moved into the 2026 draft, I'd have been like, okay, I understand. I understand it because that's kind of like what they do: move back, kick the can down the road, try to pick up a more valuable asset. I understand that, right? But the Knicks going into the draft, as soon as they traded 24, it was like watching Bill Belichick ruin the Patriots, bro. That's what it feels like.
Can I
It
answer
feels
that?
it feels like to me, it feels like Bill Belichick being in the front office.
Well,
That's what it feels like to me.
I understand. I'm not even talking about like the emotional standpoint. I'm just gonna point out a few things. There's a newer rule that came out where your cap holds are like there's the salary scale in the first round. There is no salary scale in the second round. And the guys you sign in your second round, if you sign them on a 3 or 4 year deal, it doesn't have a big hindrance on your salary cap. So there's a reason why we traded one of those picks out of the first to draft 3 second rounders because their cap hold is not going to be very much money. The cap hold from 31 to 58 is basically the same. It's the same. So that's why we decided to take 1 first rounder and 3 second rounders. And doing that this year allows us to stretch out as much money as possible to target Isaiah Hartenstein. Now, if we don't get Isaiah Hartenstein and someone offers him a lot of money, you can go to get Goga Batazi with your taxpayers MLE, I believe. That's why they're doing all of these cap machinations and all of these moves and getting 3 second rounders. But in that process of doing all of those things that are so boring and unentertaining, you got 3 second rounders and a guy that we thought was going to go in the first round in Colette, and a high ceiling guy that we apparently were very high on in Pacomi. And Macula, they were talking about drafting Macula at that 38th pick, but he had like a fall off because of the injury in college. So there's 3 guys that the Knicks were linked to, one of which they actually traded up to, and they split hairs in terms of his valuation of where he fell into the early second round, where he may have been a first rounder. And they got Pacoma. They got basically 3 of the guys that they wanted and 3 draft picks. And they put themselves in position to have money to get Hartenstein if Hartenstein were to come back. And now if the Hartenstein doesn't come back, they still have money to give out for a decent center, regardless, to be your backup center. I
That
understand
that's
how
why
boring that is, but the end result, I, I don't think they could have done any better today, in my opinion. That's my
that's the,
opinion.
right. And your yeah, that's the study hall people talking, right? Yeah, that's the study hall people, right? That's the chemistry club speaking, right? But from the jocks perspective, the more players, the more talent taken off the board, the less talent is left on the board. That generally. Now there's going to be
It's a
it's
little
not going to be
different
like
for
that.
this
It's not
draft,
going to
though, for these.
hold on. Generally, that's how things work, right? Like it's not going to be that all the time. Every now and then, you're going to find a Jalen Brunson, a Isaiah Hartenstein, a Jokic, a Mitchell Robinson in the second round that either slipped to the second round because they had a undiscovered talent, or they looked like a certain thing, and then the game changed, and then that skill set that looked like it didn't fit now fits because of the evolution of NBA basketball.
Yeah, yep. And sometimes politics as well. With
Okay.
Mitch not going to college, that kind of ruined how his perspective was viewed. Because
Right.
Mitch, his talent alone was supposed to be lottery, but he
Right.
just didn't play an entire year. But there's like a multitude of things that can make a guy shake out or fall into the draft, like bill of health or injuries, politics, not playing, who you know, like in Bonnie James's case. And so it's it's a lot of things. So I understand like the jock part, but there's a balance. You need the nerds and you need the jocks. You need the jocks to figure it out on the court. And you need the nerds to put them together. And and the nerds did their part. Now it's up to the jocks to do their part. In my opinion, that's
You know what? Honestly, I think the nerds probably are going to be the new stars of the NBA. I think this is exactly what they meant. She's still with us, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I think that the nerds are going to be the new stars of the NBA. legit, I think that instead of us talking about the development of certain players, we're going to be recruiting front office guys.
Mhm.
Why can't it be both? I think it's been both. Well,
Because
at least for the Knicks, I think it's been both.
nobody's buying a Kobe Altman jersey, bro.
Oh no, but front office guys make sure you get into a position where you're a championship team. Our front office and analytics department identified OG Anunoby as the missing link. And
Right.
now OG Anunoby's numbers don't pop out. Does 15 points pop out to you, Freezy?
It would did the Knicks only the Knicks front office know that though?
Oh no. Absolutely not. Not only, but I don't think a lot of front offices would have given up what it took to actually get OG here. And I don't think a lot of front offices would have paid him the exact amount that we may have paid because some teams or some organizations view it as an overpay. That's
Right.
just a matter of fact. Like everyone has a different opinion. But the way we identify talent and identify skill set to try to put it around Brunson, that is a lot of nerd stuff going on.
Mhm.
Right.
That
Right.
that is a lot of nerd stuff going on. And if you think we're gonna win, if you think we're a team capable of winning 60%, 60 games this season,
You got to
it's a
come.
lot of talent on the court doing it, but it's a lot of nerds putting the talent together. So you have, and there's a reason why we probably have the highest paid analytics department and front office in the entire NBA. You getting your bang, you're getting your money's worth.
Mhm.
It just may not look good. It may not be exciting. It may not be flashy. But when you look at it from a perspective like that, it's like the reason why LeBron decided to get Russell Westbrook. That was jock move. That was ego. The move never fit to begin with. It's a tandem. You need those things. You need everything to come together. You don't just sleepwalk into it. You can't sleepwalk into a championship in this economy, in this NBA.
That's for sure.
Everybody has to be on an accord. Everybody has to be on a string, from coaching
That's
to
true.
front office.
But yet it is so baffling when some teams just want to go the overkill, get rich quick route, bringing guys who have been in the league for 10, 8, 10, 12 years to try just for name recognition, and it blows up in their faces.
Well, that's the jock stuff. The name recognition gets you in trouble because a lot of the guys we got aren't really viewed as superstars, to be absolutely honest. If you asked around the league what the average fan or the casual fan thinks of us or our players, they might not think that highly of us. But when you put the sum of the parts together, it's greater. So it's one of those things where, yes, it's boring. Yes, it's like almost like it almost feels like it's someone that has OCD running the organization, trying to like micromanage every little minute detail.
Like how
But
Davy Roberts does with the Dodgers during playoff time
and he's a champion, so
in a season that can have an asterisk next to it.
champion is a champion. It don't,
Yeah, I think
if we won in the bubble, you think I'm discounting it?
yeah, I did, but so okay, so again, this is the classic
That's a
Barnes
different
Tier.
argument. Yeah,
This is the classic Barnes Tiers move, bro. Like you legit speak about one thing, people want to talk about something else. So they'll
yeah.
start on your topic and then move it to Dave Roberts, right? The point that I made had nothing to do with the rotation, the situational players, or the front office
Yeah,
bringing in doing those trades. And I specifically mentioned the draft, right? The draft and how if the Knicks want because here's the thing, Dre.
yeah.
I think what they could have done if they felt as if they wanted to make that move that you mentioned, I think they could have easily have stayed pat where they were and drafted better talent at the top of the second round, if what you're saying is true about the rookie scale being different in the second round, right? If that's true, I'm gonna go with you, and I'm gonna agree.
No, it is true.
Right. But here's my point. What's the point of trading back in the draft to get lesser talent in order to save money if something happens where you can re-sign Hartenstein? Right? There's
The
no.
point. I thought you was. I thought you. Okay, go ahead. I thought
So
you were.
the point that I'm getting at is we could have easily stayed where we were at the top of the draft, so in the second round, got the guys that we wanted and not compromise instead of trying to make $1 out of 15 cents.
But I think we got $2 out of that dollar, and we still got the guys that we wanted for the most part. So this is where we disagree on that. Like, I think they got the guys that they wanted. Like, I remember you had this perspective about this particular draft, not every draft, but this particular draft. It was more so like it's about the fit because there isn't going to be that super top end talent, but the right guy that goes to the right organization, you might be able to strike a rock and get water out of it, right? I
Right.
believe you've had that type of perspective on this draft. And I think the front office has had that type of perspective on this draft while also doubling down and getting more assets. Like, I'll put it this way for you. If we're trying to create that extra space, you know what would help facilitate that extra space or be a little sweetener to another team to help us get that cap? Is to throw a couple second round picks into it. And we got three of them. Did you, am I still here?
Yes.
Like, why am I getting deadpan to this?
Huh?
You don't have a rebuttal for that. I don't usually have something for that. I legitimately just like the front office or the murmurs were that they were high on Pacome. They went up and got Tyler Kolek, who was viewed as a late first rounder to them, or in a lot of mock drafts, and they went and got Macula with one of their later picks. And then they got another player that they'll put on the summer league team and see if he has any type of talent. And they got 3 second round picks that they can use as a sweetener to facilitate another trade because we're trying to find the money to pay Hartenstein. Like, there's an end game goal, and in my mind, they checked a lot of the boxes, but getting to that point, it just didn't look pretty. And I understand that point. Like, it just didn't look good. It looked nasty and sloppy. Well, not maybe sloppy. It was pretty calculated, but it just was boring. It wasn't entertaining. But I would watch paint dry if it led to a championship. But that's my perspective. That's just how I feel. I understand how you feel, and I'm not gonna dismiss that. I'm just here to listen.
Right. Right. So the thing about the draft, I think, is being lost in this conversation is the draft happens once a year. Fan bases all around North America get excited about the opportunity to potentially land a guy that you have been watching all year from every avenue and walk of basketball life, right? Whether it's from the African continent, whether it's in Europe, whether it's in the South Pacific, whether it's North American basketball, wherever, right? People get excited about this event. And what happened is, and it's not because of the Knicks front office, right? It's a byproduct, right? What happened is with the new CBA rules, the draft is whack. The draft is so whack that ESPN had to drum up 45 minutes worth of fake excitement about Bronny James at 55. That's how whack the draft was, right? Because of the calculator gymnastics, all the trade backs. You don't know what pick is going where. You can't update stuff on the screen. and things of that sort.
I,
And so,
Freezy, the
Drake,
main
I
giveaway that it was black is that they put it at
just
four
want to
o'clock.
finish my point, bro. Just want to finish my point. This is the reason, bro. I'm okay. Well, now go
No,
ahead, bro.
I'm agreeing with you. No, I'm
No,
agreeing with you, Freezy. I'm
you,
agreeing with you.
bro.
I'm agreeing
When
with
I
you.
agree, when I agree with you, I was like,
Did you agree with me, or you
yes,
just
yes, yes.
I can't read.
Because the thing is, every conversation we have don't have to have a fever pitch tone
Got you.
to say that we right. If you right, you just right. If you right, I think the cosign may have gotten ridiculously out of control.
I may have missed it. I may have missed it. It just
Yeah,
went over my head.
it's about reading of the room. Like if you right, why would I cut you off and say you right? Yo, man, don't I ain't gonna cut you, man, but you right. Or I could just let you finish,
Go ahead,
bro.
boss.
Yeah, no, what I'm because I agree with you with the way, like the way the way that things happened, the way things played out, right? The Knicks had smart people making smart business decisions, right? Okay, cool. I get that, right? But the draft comes around once a year, and a lot of us get excited about the draft, right? About who we may or may not take, who goes where and things of that sort, right? And so while I may not be jumping for joy over Tyler Kolek, so what? So what? He's not what I anticipated. I thought they were gonna do the I thought they were gonna get my guy's point guard. I thought they were gonna get Pakame Dadie's point guard. That's what I thought they were gonna do. Get those two together. They're young together. They played together. You get those two together and develop them together. That's what I thought. They had a different thing. They wanted to bring in a 23-year-old. Kevin McCullers. They wanted to bring in a 23-year-old. In my opinion, the roster doesn't necessarily reset itself with a Kevin McCullers draft pick, right? Because you're bringing in a 23-year-old to develop.
And
doesn't really
okay.
reset either with the copy at 22.
We're talking about late second round picks, man. Like the overwhelming majority of them turn out to be nothing. So I like I understand, but it's like, I, are we even surprised at this point? Like we've done this the last 4 years or 5 years.
Right, like smoking cigarettes.
Basically.
Right, like smoking cigarettes. Just because you do it doesn't mean it's good for you, right?
It's the same thing with vaping, which is actually even worse.
Right, yeah. 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 So when because here's the thing, I may have been misled, right? When I heard them say Pakame Dadie's name, I originally thought the Knicks, no lie, I genuinely thought that the Knicks were making a change in direction of who they bring in and their developmental strategy. Because they drafted the youngest dude in the draft. And I honestly thought they were going to draft young guys and put them on a development path. But then after that, I find out that they're going after 23-year-olds, right? And so my mindset is, are we really getting younger, or are we just adding cheap talent? And so since the Hartenstein thing is a thing, I think it's more so of adding cheap labor. Right.
Well, it's second rounders, so yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
If the second rounders, if you're being real, Freezy, most of the second rounders are upperclassmen. Historically, most of them have been upperclassmen or older prospects or prospects that have been injured. There's a ding on them. There's something that doesn't. There's something about them that doesn't make them a first rounder. So naturally, when we go into a second round, I'm not expecting premium, extremely high ceiling guys for the most part, because usually you don't get that in the second round. The high ceiling guys that are 19 years old, Freezy, they go in the lottery.
Yeah, kinda. There were other guys that were 19 and 20 that were late. Yo, Jarrell said, you're upset that the players you like didn't get picked. I love our 12th through 15th man. We got end of first talent at the end of for half the price. Oh, again, Jarrell, Jarrell, I honestly don't even know if you must have the sound down. You want me to do sign language? Because clearly your ass ain't hear nothing I said. Right? You clearly didn't hear nothing. And you're saying the grievance, bro. And then the second thing is why are you forcing the panel to fit grievances? Bro, yo, come on, bro. That's stupid. I legit told Mets before he came on to not even come on coming in hot. Let Knicks fans have their moment. What are you talking about? I can't even believe you spent that much time typing that. Bro, I came on saying, hey, don't come in here crazy with the stuff. Yo, let Knicks fans have their moment. This is a moment of celebration. Matt, did I not say that when you first came in?
Yes.
What are we talking about, bro? That's what I'm saying. I don't know if y'all even listen. This is the whole thing I've been saying is not. Man, listen, I'm not gonna repeat it for like the millionth time. Yo, it's not even worth it. It's not even worth the energy. That's not even worth the energy, right? The fact that they picked Pakame Dadier, you ain't never even heard Pakame Dadier's name until I mentioned it, right? And so to say we didn't because I didn't get my guy, bro, Pakame Dadier is the dude that I introduced to everybody. What are you talking about? This ain't about me. This is about, bro, all I'm talking about is the 12th through the 15th man. Can we just upgrade that spot with quality talent with upside? I've said that like 25 times over the last 2 days. I've been saying, Dre, have I not said that over the last like 30 times over the last 2 days?
Yeah.
Yes, you have.
Come on, bro. Come on, man. We gotta do better. This is miseducation and misinformation. Legit, I'm not talking about the roster. Anthony D tried to pull the same game last night, talking about I don't want to win championships. Right, spot 1 through. This was never. I think the front office needs A+++ for their off season. This is miseducation and misinformation. And I have more respect for y'all than that. Like when y'all hear somebody say something and then you twist words and make chocolate milk out of it just so that you can be seen, makes us respect y'all less. If you don't agree with my stance, just say, hey man, listen, I don't agree with your stance on such and such and such. But to legit say that I said or meant or leaned somebody a certain way to make me happy makes you look like you are wanting to be the focus of all the attention. And if that's the case, then cool. Whoopie-doo. You got your 27 seconds. But for the 25th time, my whole thing was the draft should be compartmentalized. Right? The draft is its own entity that should be addressed as its own entity. Go in and get quality NBA talent for players 12 through 15. Over the years, we've had Theo Pinson in those spots. We've had Daquan Jeffries in those spots. We've had Ryan Arcidiacono in those spots. And my stance is, can we add developmental guys in those spots so that they can work their way up the depth chart so that we won't always have to go out and find free agents so that we can groom our own homegrown talent. So when guys age out or leave in free agency or if their production starts to dip, you don't have to go into free agency. you can elevate people up the depth chart, kind of like what the Miami Heat does. That's my point. That's been my point over and over and over again
Can
since we
I can
first
I
talked about the
can I
draft.
ask you? Like with the Miami Heat do it with older rookies as well, though. Like most of the time, those rookies are older. They aren't
Okay.
18, 19-year-olds.
Okay.
Jaime Jaquez was 23 when he got to the league.
Okay.
A couple of the guys they took in this draft was 22 and up.
Okay.
They're not like they're always when they're trying to compete and replace talent with cheaper ones, they usually cut the middleman and they try to cut those years of development as short as possible so they can plug in immediately. That's why Jaime Jaquez went to them in the first place. And I'm sure, like a matter of perspective, I'm sure you would like Jaime Jaquez on this team, even if he was 23.
Okay. But they still use that formula, right?
Absolutely.
Adding guys 15, 14, 13, 12,
Yeah,
bring them
yeah, they
into their
have,
culture
yeah, definitely.
and work them in their culture, whether it's going down to the G League or in practice, however they develop. They start guys at the end of the bench and then they work their way up the depth chart till at some point they become Max Strus
Yeah, there are some
or or
exceptions like
or,
Nikola Jovic, who was super
or
young.
Kendrick Nunn,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Kendrick Nunn
Kendrick
or
Nunn was a little bit older when he got to the league.
right. But that's not the age thing. Is not what I'm talking about, Dre. What I'm
Hayward
talking about
Highsmith
is
as well. Yep, I understand. It's about getting guys that have potential to be something in this league, like a guy that has a potential to actually get a second contract worth a damn.
my point is the age thing aside on how they do that is the Miami Heat business. What I'm saying is the model is go get talent at the end of the bench and have them earn their minutes as they work their way up the depth chart. That's what I'm getting at. That's the whole and I explain it like I feel like I have to explain it over and over and over again, but it's something simple. It's just like high school, right? You're not going to the prom, right? Unless you're not usually you don't go to the prom as a freshman, right? Usually that's for upperclassmen. So you spend your first couple of years learning high school, and then you get to, as you get accustomed to stuff, you move up like the military. You don't come in as a general, right? You earn your stripes day one. You move yourself up the depth chart and things like that. That's the point that I've been getting at the entire time. And I think what happens is in these settings, like when we make the things available to the masses for everybody to so as we kind of move our way up, or as we add talent, we know our roster is set, right? You know that roster 1 through 9, roster spots 1 through 9, 1 through 11, whether they're set in stone or just written in pencil. We know we trust Leon Rose in the front office is going to add quality talent,
Yeah,
right? We know that. We're confident in that. As a matter of fact, they pulled off one of the biggest trades in Knicks history. So, it's
it's the way they took the approach that you were kind of like iffy on, and like addressing it. We're like addressing it with guys that aren't necessarily they may not have that next level to get to. Like you might see some nice minutes out of them, but can they be a little bit more in a pinch in terms of quality talent? I think I'm trying to like interpret what you're trying to say or try to pick up what you're putting down.
oh, okay. Okay. So Jarrell, hey, thank you for this kind. He says you skipped a part. Last night you wanted to add a 12 to 15 man that contributes on the floor in a pinch, like the injuries we faced in the playoffs. Yeah, you know what? That's right. Okay. This is what I'm saying. But the thing is with the statement, because I think both of us are right on this. You skipped a part. Last night you wanted to add a 12 through 15 man that could contribute on the floor in a pinch. Of course. Of course. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. You're right that I said it, and I'm glad that you brought it up. Right? The thing is though, if your 12th through 15th man have to be used in a pinch, you already know that your season is basically ruined. That's one of the other things that I mentioned last night. Right? Like if Charlie Brown has to start, or Dwayne Washington has to start at point guard for you in the playoffs, you basically know your season is over. Right? So you're right there. And I'm glad you brought that up. Right? But the thing is, would you rather have Charlie Brown at 26 years, or Dwayne Washington at 25 years old, get valuable playoff minutes, or would you rather have that be Tyler Kolek?
Tyler Kolek.
You would rather that be Tyler Kolek, because Tyler Kolek is a developmental player that's going to be a part of your future. So when Tyler Kolek gets those high leverage minutes, it helps his development. These are the things that I'm talking about. Not to have all my points just scattered to the wind. Like when I say something, we scatter each of them to the wind. They all connect. If you're using 12 through 15 in the playoff game, you basically know that you're fighting uphill. Right? But if you're going to fight uphill, if you're going to have Tyler Kolek and Kevin McCullers and the center that we drafted play in the playoff game, more than likely they're going to be here for the next 3 or 4 seasons. So you're giving them quality NBA high leverage minutes that will help in their development. But if you just have Daquan Jeffries, Charlie Brown, and Dwayne Washington Jr. do it, you don't know if those guys are going to be here.
You wish we did this earlier instead of right now.
Right.
I understand that. Instead of like the last few drafts where we didn't draft anyone at all.
Well, kind of in a sense, right? But the thing is, where we were then and where we are now is two separate things, right? Like when I say this now, I'm speaking to this moment. So where we are in this moment, right? Like whatever happened in the past. We can't change it. We can't change it, right? But right now, Dre, this is the thing. Like when I'm talking about like us having the civil discourse in the moment, this is what I'm talking about, right? Like I'm going to explain my point to you, and now you'll see where I'm coming from, right? 2 things occurred with the Knicks before this draft, and not in previous drafts, right? Thing number 1 is the Knicks legit re-signed OG Anunoby and are all in on a championship. They also traded for Mikal Bridges and now are all in for a championship, right? Thing 2, the new CBA rules kick in earnest, right? So the way that you approach the draft this year and prior years is different than than how you address the draft going forward. So how we drafted then, yeah, it was a little frustrating, whatever. They had a plan, right? We probably wasn't ready to make the major move, but now we are ready, right? So now with knowing the Knicks are going to go all in on a championship, right? Pedal to the metal. We know this because they traded for Mikal Bridges. Right now is pedal to the metal for a championship, right? Now in the draft, and we understand this, the rotation and the situational players for the most part are already going to be set, right? They're already going to be set. We don't have to argue that because we know Tibbs has the weapons now to go chase the championship. And we didn't have this last year. We didn't have it the year before, and we didn't have it the year before. But right now, we're in a different situation. We're a top 5 championship contender. So now with the draft, you're not drafting guys. You're not hoping that your second round pick turns into Jokic. If he does, fine. If he
We
does,
love that.
fine. right? If your second round, if Tyler Kolek turns into an elite playmaking guard at the NBA level, man, that's gravy. But we already have a championship level point guard. At least we think we do. I'm confident that we do. The guys 12 through 15, we
If
know.
he turned into Tyus Jones, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah. If he turned into Tyus Jones, that'd be, man, listen, right? If he turns into Tyus Jones, that'll be perfect. Right? That'll be perfect. If Kevin McCullers turns into Josh Hart, that'll be perfect. Right? But we're already set 1 through 11, maybe even 1 through 12, depending on how good the front office or what type of plan the front office have. We might be talking about players 13 through 17 instead of 12 through 15,
Are you
depending on
like
how the
saying swing for the fences? Like if you're just gonna take a second rounder, take the highest ceiling guy available and hope he can pan out to be some sort of all-star. If he were
right,
to ever pan out,
right.
instead of
Because
wasting your time with guys that will just pan out to be nice rotation guys.
you remember when we drafted Trevor Keels?
Oh,
When,
that was
when,
it.
when we drafted Trevor Keels, we were hoping that he could dominate summer league, show something in training camp, show something in preseason, so he might be in the rotation.
I heard he's 6'9" right now.
Yeah, me too. But the thing is, but the thing is now we don't have to do that with the draft picks because all of us, man, we feel as if we're confident. We're confident in spots 1 through 12. Right? Regardless of how you feel about Julius, we know he's a quality NBA player. Regardless how you feel about Mitch, we know he's a quality NBA player. Regardless how you feel about Deuce, we know Deuce is a quality NBA player. Right? So we don't have to worry about those spots. We can make man, upgrading would be a plus, but we don't have to. But at these picks with these draft picks, we should be looking at what happens when Julius Randle turns 32. Julius will be 30 in November, right? Can we go get a guy, add him to the bench that might be able to help the transition when Julius turns 32? What happens? What happens when the injuries hit us again? And they will. What happens when the injuries hit us again? Right? Can we have a guy that can be situational once the situational group is added to the rotation? These are the things that I'm talking about. Not that we hate I don't hate the Knicks front office. I've been giving them an A+. Matter of fact, the thumbnail the other day, I gave an A+ in front of the world. I'm not frustrated with the front office, man. Am I or is the chat? Am I doing a poor job of delineating two separate things on my feeling about the back end of the draft and how the draft was presented poorly? Those two things, you might make a sandwich out of those two things, but those two things are not a sandwich. The way the draft is presented was whack. And it has nothing to do with the draft being done over 2 days. I honestly think if the draft was done in 1 day, the presentation would have been even worse. Right? But having the calculator Olympics and then having me talk about backfilling, removing 27-year-old developmental players from the roster to add quality depth. Those are two different topics.
I get it. I get what you're saying. I was gonna point out one other thing. Like all of these moves, it's enough space. Like all of it, I guess it was done to give us enough space for Hartenstein. And if Hartenstein goes, then it's enough space for the full taxpayer MLE. So like you could sign Goga Batazi or something for $5 million
Okay.
and get it out your hair. And then then instead of worrying on Mitch Robinson, your season ending if Mitch Robinson getting an injury, you replace that Hartenstein that Hartenstein role that he initially came here on with another $5 million young veteran center.
Okay.
All the moves, they coincide with one another. It's just when you're up against the apron, you can go above to pay Hartenstein, but once you're up on it like that, you only have enough for the taxpayer MLE. And then when you have that taxpayer MLE, you can use that $5 million on someone like Goga Batazi. So like both, so everything that we did today was to assure that we have a young veteran backup center, regardless of what happens, because we need one. Honestly, we need one with a Tom Thibodeau coach team, like a guy ready to be effective tomorrow, not necessarily a guy that you can develop to be effective in the second round.
Yo, Nick Yak had a point. Yo, who's player 9 and 10? And Nick Yak, and I've thought about this. And see, this is one of the questions I wanted to ask IKBM Dre after the draft was over.
Okay,
Right, because I think we know who players 1 through 8 are, right? Like I think we know
let's
um
run them down.
yeah, or is it 9 and 10 or is it 10 and 11?
My
Because
brain is scrambled right now, so I'm gonna have to count with my fingers, Freezy. I'm not gonna lie to you.
because if the starters, just if everything goes to plan, right? If everything goes to plan, the starters are Hartenstein, Randall,
Okay, if everything
OG,
goes to plan, yeah,
McCall, Brunson, and then
that's
off the
five.
bench you have
Dante,
Deuce,
Dante,
Dante,
Deuce,
Josh, and Mitch,
yeah,
right? That's
that's nine.
9. That's not, and so who would be players 10 and 11? I guess is the question.
Probably vet minimum guys, man.
Probably a ball handler.
A vet minimum ball handler.
Shake Milton. Would you bring Shake
Yeah,
Milton back?
yeah, yeah. Sure, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And probably a vet minimum center that's looking for a job. And
Right.
there's a dearth for room.
Yeah, there's a bunch
There's
of them,
there's
bro.
there's a lot of them. Like you might be able to get what was that center that the Pelicans drafted that didn't really pan out for them and was just on the Lakers? Light skinned guy, long hair.
I can't remember his name. I think I know who you're talking about.
But he might be a vet minimum guy you could pick up.
Um, what
Because if
about
everything goes to plan, the only thing you can do is get vet minimum guys after
yeah,
that.
if everything goes to plan, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
everything
the
goes to
point.
plan. You have your second round guys, you have your first round draft pick, which is four guys
Right.
or three guys, and then you have like two roster slots in between them.
Right. Right.
So two vet minimum guys in there.
Um, how do you feel about Kyle Lowry?
I take Kyle Lowry, but from everything that I've been seeing, apparently he's going back to the Sixers.
Okay.
Like I would take him, but he looked very old in that series that we were playing.
He
He
looked
just
very old in that series, bro.
he actually looked like it wasn't night and day compared to when he was on the Heat, but it was bad. Like it was,
Yeah.
he was moving around like his knees were bone on bone.
Right. Right. I would say a very sneaky addition is Ish Smith, right? And I know we don't like Ish Smith because he's small. He doesn't necessarily score in bunches. He's probably played for like 14 teams already.
Walt will get a heart attack if we sign him.
Walt would wear a plain suit.
No pinstripes, no
No
nothing. Just
nothing. No, just black and white. He just be
with a plain tie, a black
with a
tie.
with a plain tie, bro. If we got Ish Smith. There are so many different players out there that can fill either that ball handling role or playmaker role. I would be stoked to bring back Alec Burks.
Oh, he's gone. He's making too much money.
Yeah, I know. I
That
know.
that game seven got him a nice little $5-7 million contract.
Right. Right.
just off that game alone. He signed to Clutch Sports immediately after that game,
Oh wow, yeah, he getting paid. He getting paid, bro. He probably going to
probably by the Lakers.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Um
I mean,
Nick, let me ask Nick Yak.
there's a lot of
Nick
guys. Yeah,
Nick
go
Yak,
ahead.
what do you want at 9 and 10 though? I mean 9 and 10, 10 and 11, whatever. 9 through 11. Nick Yak, what would be your preference?
I think it's 10 through 11 because remember you named 9 guys.
Yeah. We named 9, but we're also assuming Jericho Sims and Precious Achua.
Jericho Sims is still under contract, but he has to be
He's a team option too.
so
Yeah.
which is basically vet minimal.
Yeah.
And Precious is he's a restricted free agent. Technically, in order to make everything work, we may have to use Precious or Alec Burks in a sign and trade to dump some money. So that like one of those two guys are probably going immediately, regardless of what happens. But
Right.
probably both, to be absolutely honest.
Um yeah.
Shout out to Jay Boogie.
Jay Boogie is in the building. Jay Boogie says, I'm only going to say this one. Kolick is going to be on this team, a fan favorite to come. TJ McConnell with a jumper. You ain't got to say, you ain't got to say it once. You can say it more than one time. Jay, but yeah, man, I got a feeling, we not excited about this team. When I read that, as soon as I said as soon as I read, I'm only going to say this one. Won't have to do, bro. Be excited, bro. Because if he TJ McConnell, bro, we should be excited. We should be excited. I think honestly, the presentation of the draft may have dampered the draft on certain levels of everybody that watched it. Right
Yeah,
now, the thing is now you may be excited about the players that we got. I'm excited about the players that we got. Right. You may not be the presentation of it. I think the presentation of it just dampened it for me, and I think we need to separate that from basketball,
yeah.
right? Because media presentation and basketball are not the same thing.
We damn near got a starting five for the summer league already, just off of the draft.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
And if Rokas comes over, that could be another guy potentially that could make the roster if he decides to come over.
Right. Right.
Yeah, I think probably the last guy or one of those guys off that second round isn't gonna make the roster. It might be a G League guy, might be a two way.
Okay. Okay. And Nick Yak says, I want Precious is back, not at center. As Randall backup, everyone else is a small forward or two guard besides Brunson and McBride. I could see that. My thing with Precious is I don't think Precious Achua is an NBA center. I don't think Jericho Sims is an NBA center. I think they are athletic and strong, agile. And I think what happens is the small ball center minutes
Yeah,
has people thinking that they are regular centers, and I don't think they are. Jericho Sims doesn't have the instincts to play center, and
yeah.
we saw it in stretches when Mitch was hurt and Tom and Coach Tibbs started Jericho Sims over Hartenstein just to keep continuity.
It was like he didn't know how to process a ball screen or what was happening in front of him.
Right,
And then by the time he reacted, he thought he could just out jump the play.
right.
And then he gets fouls trying to jump himself back into the play.
Trying to jump himself back into a play, right? Instead of staying grounded and using his height and length to be a deterrent.
The problem is he isn't that tall or
Yep.
long. He's 6'8". Like if he was skilled, he probably would be a small forward. Freezy. If he had a modicum of skill, he would be a big, small forward, power forward type. but because he's not that skilled and he jumps really high,
Right.
they put him at the center.
Right.
But as far as like small ball five, I think with the additions of like these wing players that we got, it Julius Randle might be playing a little bit of small ball five this year
Okay.
because it wouldn't be as threatening when you have four guys on the court that can keep their man in front of them. Whereas a lot of times when we had RJ and we had guys like Quickly, where Quickly was a good team defender, but he could never keep his man out of the paint.
Right. Right.
When
And,
when we
and,
had
and it's the same. It's the same thing with Obi on defensive
yeah
rotations. He wanted to stay on a perimeter to guard, and thought RJ was supposed to rotate over to be rim protector at time. We saw it numerous. As a matter of fact, me, Rob the Nick, and Jay Boogie were in Charlotte, and we saw it. We saw those two talking. Like
yeah,
RJ was like, "Yo, you supposed to rotate over," and Obi cussing at the man like, "Bro, you the closest."
and it's just like both of them had doubts in their physical ability to do it, so they're relying on other people to pick up the slack.
Yeah, because RJ is the closest, Obi is the biggest and the
Yeah,
most athletic.
yep. And when you have these types of guys on the court, you don't have to have an over reliance on rim protection
Right.
because these guys keep their man in front of them. So it, you might see a lot more. When I say a lot more Randall at the five, it'll be at most 6 minutes in a game.
Yeah.
But in
Yeah.
those 6 minutes, you can punish teams with higher pace,
Yeah.
and that kind of diminishes the need, at least rotation wise, for a third center
Yeah.
on a game to game basis.
A third rotational center,
Yeah,
right? But
absolutely.
every team is going to need 3 or 4 centers because centers don't
Yeah,
stay healthy.
yeah. But like if for instance, if Mitch or Hartenstein get in foul trouble real easy, be like, cool, just put Randall at the five real quick,
Yeah.
and then you go back to your normal rotation where the other center comes in at like the 2 minute mark instead of completely throwing your rotations out of whack because somebody got two fouls.
Yeah. Yeah. And Rel says that they have Dwight Powell available. Would y'all take these 7 second round picks for Dwight Powell?
Oh, I wouldn't even give up one.
Bro, we have like 9 second round picks we can give up for Dwight Powell right now, bro.
They just need the max Powell over there.
Yeah, I'm surprised y'all didn't max him out, man. 5 years, 299 million for Dwight Powell.
That veterans max.
The veterans max, bro. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yo, okay, all right. So let me see this here. I was looking back in the chat, and Jarrell says Jackson Hayes. Hey, man, that's one of my favorites, bro. I think you can put him. I think you could put Jackson Hayes in the Tom Thibodeau postgraduate school, and I think you'll get a quality starting center out of Jackson Hayes. I think Jackson Hayes has been in tenuous situations, so to speak. Like Jackson Hayes has never been in a steady situation, right? You're talking Alvin Gentry, I think, maybe, and then you're talking Willie Green, and then Vogel, Ham, and yeah. Now I don't know what level starter. I do know Jackson Hayes is talented. I know that for a fact. That man is talented. Yeah, yeah. And Jarrell says if everything goes to plan, we're looking for 11 and okay, yeah, and free agency, definitely. In free agency, definitely. But the thing is so what? Because we all have faith in the Leon Rose front office. So whoever they bring in at 11 and 12, whoever they bring in at 11 and 12, bro, we ain't gonna lose no sleep.
Whoever they bring in at 11 and 12 is going to be a veteran that fits Tom Thibodeau's identity, and
Yep.
he can put them on a one-track mind to figure out what to do. It's like
Yep.
when we picked up Norvell Pell,
Yep.
and he was absolute trash, but Tibbs knew he could protect the rim, so I'm just going to deploy him as protect the rim man, and that's
Yep.
all you're going to do.
That's it. Don't even try to catch the basketball. Don't even try to catch it, bro. Let it go on. You remember when we first got him? I think the second play of the game, he tried to catch a basketball and he dislocated 3 fingers.
Oh my God!
You remember that? Hey Dre, you remember that when Mitch got hurt
I
after the
think it was
trade
the game
deadline?
against the Sixers too. Like he just
Yeah, the man legit. But to his credit, he did
stayed in the
not
game.
leave the game.
Yeah,
That man taped those fingers up and they look like SpongeBob fingers. And he
he
stayed on the
taped him
floor.
up because he knew his basketball mortality was right there.
Yep.
If he sit out right there, he's never going to play in the league ever
Yep.
again.
Yep. Indeed.
So like we're going and if we're talking about, this is where CAA connections come in. They're probably going to have a much easier time finding someone that fits Tom Thibodeau's idea of a player that he wants in that backup of a backup role that may never play, but will play under instances of injury or just tons of foul trouble.
Right.
Because we know Tom Thibodeau doesn't like switching his rotations up a lot.
Right.
So if like someone gets in foul trouble, oftentimes he'll just bring in a stopgap before he goes back to his normal rotation.
Right.
So I'm not worried about that. You're worried about the complete back end. And to be fair, Tom Thibodeau is a guy that's about preparation. And unfortunately, we get these practice squad guys that are just there to practice their heart out. Scout team.
Right.
Scout team with scouts honor.
Yep. Get better. Yeah, that's the thing that I wanted to mention is and listen, Dre, I know you've been here for the past couple of days. You probably been rocking with us for like 7 out of the 10 hours that we've been rocking for the past couple of days, right? It's draft time. It's part of the game, right? But my thing is this with that you just mentioned. Or let me rewind a little bit further. The thing that you said about Tom Thibodeau not being amenable to making changes and or adjusting, part of that has to do with when you prepare and have a plan set, it's tough to readjust or adjust and reassess after you set a game plan. Set a game plan, right? Like once you figure, like, you know, all the parts that will be moving, and then when something happens, you don't necessarily want to change the entire game plan after you told everybody and prepared everybody for a certain thing.
Yeah.
Right. So I get that part of Tom Thibodeau. Now, it's part of his job to do that.
It's part of his job to figure that out.
Yeah, it's part of his
job.
But
I could already picture Tom Thibodeau with the third team, and they're now running the sets that to prepare the second and first team to get right. And he's just blowing a gasket because it's a 19-year-old out there that screwed up a pick and roll action, or screwed up a coverage, or screwed up running in Spain pick and roll. And for that's what pisses off Tom Thibodeau. So it's like Tom Thibodeau will probably be cool with one 18-year-old. I think he's 18. I don't know if he can handle 2 of them.
See, but there's multiple things
one.
So, yeah. But there's multiple things about this 18-year-old, right?
Yeah.
And so we have to take into account all of this stuff. For one, there's a culture barrier, right? So he hadn't played American basketball, right? On top of NBA basketball, right? 2, there is like logistical stuff when somebody comes from another place to where you are. France is big, right? France is a big place. He played on, but bro, New York City is a different animal, right? New York City is a different place, right? New York City, and listen, shout out to the Bronx, New York, the greatest borough that God ever created, the Bronx. So you shout out to the Bronx, right? But when you're talking about coming to Manhattan and navigating the city and Westchester and all these things. It's a lot of stuff to take in as a young player on top of doing your job.
The biggest barrier.
Right,
He's
right.
18.
And he's 18, right?
Even if he played professionally, he's still an 18-year-old human being.
Playing in the biggest city, or one of the biggest cities in the world. Not, I don't think New York City, but that's neither here nor there because New York is huge.
Yeah.
Right. New York is huge. Right. And so my guy Dadier is going to have to deal with all those things. Is he up for the challenge? Yes. Does he know what he's getting into? Absolutely not. You got to be from here to understand what it's like.
And that's why organizations give guys like that handlers.
Handlers, bro. Right. Right. Right.
What
That's
you
what
what you think World Wide West been his whole professional career?
on that. Right. Right.
He may not be the direct handler, but he got someone that'll handle for him.
He'll be taken care of for sure. Right.
Yep.
Right. So that's part. Nick Yak says he's been approached. I get it, bro. I get it, bro. But I know people that are 60, 70 years old that go to New York for the first time and get overwhelmed, bro.
And get frustrated.
Right. Yeah. And they don't even and they've worked their whole life, bro. They probably my uncle went there. He was like, man, if you don't hurt, get me back to Detroit.
It'd be a whole GPS right in front of their face, and it's still like
is crazy, bro. My uncle lived in Detroit for my uncle's 90, so he probably lived in Detroit for 70 plus years. 70 plus years he lived in Detroit, Michigan, bro. He went to every time you go to New York, he like, man, if you don't hurt me, get me the hell out of here. New York is a different place, bro. And y'all know that. Y'all know that. I don't have to explain that stuff. That's part of it. Right? But the thing with Dadier is in my opinion, don't expect to see anything early on. Even though Dadier is a first round pick, in my opinion, Dadier is the 15th man. Right? And not because of talent, but because of development. Right? If you ask me, McCullers and Tyler Kolek are probably the closest at this moment to being rotation players. Those two. They're 23. They've been, bro, they
they're
played
both 23 with basically already NBA bodies. Is just their floor is ready to go. It's just their ceiling ain't nothing close like Dottie's.
Yeah, and then plus two, they played for big time historic programs in Marquette and Kansas. So even though Lawrence, Kansas is not a huge town, the pressure in that town is like the pressure of a Chapel Hill, North Carolina, or a Lexington, Kentucky.
Because there's expectations.
Or Durham, North Carolina. You know what I'm saying? Or a Tallahassee, Florida. You know what I'm saying?
And to Macula's credit, before he got injured, he was basically going to be All-American first team.
He was turning the corner. He was turning the corner, bro. He had fixed other because he could have came out in the draft last year and got drafted and probably got drafted in the same place.
Yeah.
But the thing is in last year's, he went back to school for that 1 year to try to sneak into the first, and the injury derailed it. It's life, bro.
Yeah.
It's like there's nothing you can do. Life is not perfect. So it's one of those things where he may, if he had a successful season like the path he was on, he's probably picked in the early 20s, maybe or you know what, maybe in the mid 20s he's picked, right? Because we like the 19-year-olds, clean slate, measurables, and McCullers doesn't have all of those. He's not overly tall, he's not overly fast, he's not overly athletic, he's not overly anything. He's kind of Josh Hart. If Josh Hart and Josh Hart had a baby, that's Kevin McCullers at this point.
and you know what Tibbs values? Hustle. So
huh? Oh yeah.
Tibbs values hustle over everything.
Yeah. Yeah, and he's gonna do that, bro. He's gonna do that. Nick Yak says, how is Precious going to Brooklyn when we haven't signed him yet? What does Precious going to Brooklyn do for us? I'm not sure. I didn't bring that up. I didn't bring that up. And Nick Yak says first, second, and 6 picks in the draft are from France. Number 1 last year, French. They can play overseas. Yeah, man. But it's not that though, bro. It's not. Nick Yak, I'm not saying that they can't play. I'm talking about the cultural differences. I'm not saying that Dadier is not talented. Remember, I told you he was super talented, right? I'm talking about the 18-year-old in New York City cultural stuff. It's going to be orientation, orientative period that he'll have to go through. That's all I'm saying. And Jarrell says, I just named a player y'all couldn't name. That's not mine. I didn't say, okay, I don't know. Maybe that's a separate conversation. And King Ribby says,
yeah, I missed it.
Yeah. He says, Cap, because he believes the Bronx, New York is the greatest borough that ever existed, that God ever created. So salute to King Ribby.
Freezy, you gonna do Knicks tonight?
Oh, bro, no, bro. I gotta hit this street. I gotta go running, but it's been raining, so I don't know if I want to go out there and it's all muggy. So you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and it's the South, man, too. So it's gonna be a little extra humid.
Yeah. So I wanna do something later on tonight. But we've been on, so I don't know. I don't know. I guess it'll be up to the chat if they wanna come back and talk about something different. Like legit, if we come back tonight, my preference would be to talk about the potential signing of undrafted free agents and looking forward to free agency since the draft is over, or do some draft recap and celebrate who we have. Because the whole negative thing about when events happen, bro, it kind of wears on me when at times people want to be negative about things that happen. I want to, from a personal standpoint, I'd love to just celebrate the 4 guys that we got and maybe celebrate some of the moves that were made, right? Celebrate the OG Anunoby signing, celebrate the Mikal Bridges trade. But a lot of times the conversations get steered towards, well, if Tibbs don't do such and such, and I don't want to hear that, bro. Not right now, not in the summertime, bro. In the summertime, I want to celebrate our wins, bro. Dre, you feel like we won today?
I think we did a lot of things right in order to secure having a solid 2 big rotation, no matter if Hartenstein's here or not.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to celebrate that, man. I don't want to. I don't want to because it get old, man. Like when you constantly talk about what could have gone right but didn't, right, or what you didn't get and all of that stuff, bro. I don't want to talk about that, bro. I think the Knicks front office did a great job. The league presentation was terrible. I want to make sure that I reiterate that our draft, the CBA and how the CBA made us draft, and the presentation are all 3 separate things.
Yeah.
They're three separate things. Do I like how the CBA forced teams to do the calculator gymnastics? No. Do I like the ESPN presentation of the draft? No.
No.
Right. But do I appreciate the players that we have? Absolutely. And I want to keep those 3 things in separate lanes, because when we jumble it all together, it makes it sound like I'm hating on the front office and the kids that we drafted, and that's not the case.
Yeah. I can see that 100%.
Yeah, man. So if y'all want to come back, we'll come back later on. It'll probably be late into the night. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna go out here and see if I can get a mile in without the humidity choking me out. Right? And see if I can get Otherwise, I want to see if I can get a mile or two in without my dog Benny pulling me in the bushes, right? And I want to see if I can do that. Also, what I wanted to do is, Dre, since I got you here, what I wanted to do is I wanted to put some more miles on vibes and stuff.
Okay, bet.
Yeah,
I'm with it.
that's what I really want to do. Like tonight, since the draft is over and we already put 11 or so hours into the Knicks, I wanted to put some miles on vibes and stuff. Maybe I can get a few of you guys to come over and jump in that conversation as well. Maybe do an hour over here and then maybe do an hour over there. And then get off the thing, man, and get ready the members show, everybody, for the member show tomorrow. So we're gonna recap everything, right? For the member show, we're gonna recap everything: the OG signing, the Mikal Bridges trade, the draft. That's y'all show. I'm just gonna turn the mic on. Y'all just get up there and talk whatever y'all want to say. Right? Whatever y'all want to say for all the members. Remember, you can become a member by going to the Ball Orange Tears YouTube page at 4:00. From the Ball Orange Tears icon is the join button. Click that. Pick the option that you'd like, right? And then come join us for the membership perks. What I wanted to do with the membership perks, once I get all the members together, I got to get the members to tell me what it is that y'all like, so we can do more of that. So it'll be our incentive to make the members perks even better. So maybe we could talk about that. Maybe we could talk about that tomorrow as well. Dre, thank you for coming through. Dre, listen, man.
Yeah.
Hey, I listen to what you say.
Yep.
Right? Like when you speak, I hear you. Like I listen to what it is that you're saying, and I don't extrapolate certain things to fit like an agenda.
Yeah.
Right,
Yeah. Yeah.
right. Yeah, basically what I do is I listen to what you say and I compare it to other things that I've heard. And then what I do from there, and I'll be like, hey Dre, what about when they say such and such about such and such? How does that apply to what you just said? So when I do that, remember, it's coming from a place of humility, respect, and love. It's not one person. We don't always have to throw each other under the bus on these YouTube type platforms in order to get information out, right? And we don't have to do that, right? We can legit, you know what I'm saying, talk that talk the way that Knicks fans like to have that talk to them, right? We can educate and have fun at the same time, bro. Chat, thank y'all for coming through. Since Dre said we got to come back at 11 o'clock, we'll be here at 11 o'clock.
Dre.